Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to Starbase, Texas, and the beginning of our countdown to launch for the Starship Orbital flight test. My name's Zach Albright. I'm founder and host here at TLP, and I'm joined by Dakota. First time on stream. Welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Zach. It's a pleasure to be a part of the TLP crew as we bring you the wonderful and exciting launch of Starship coming up very, very, very soon this week.
Yeah, so lots to go through, and this is going to be the kickoff of our 24/7 stream. So this stream will not end. You will be able to come back here, see updates on everything as we progress towards the orbital flight test here. Hopefully next week, we're looking at a wet dress rehearsal in between. We may see one final destack and restacking, and who knows what else SpaceX will throw our way, but we want to make sure we brought you down here to bring you the best possible coverage of this. And we have to say it right off the bat to our members, to those that have supported through our GoFundMe, thank you. This is not possible without your guys' support, having our crew here on site. Not only is it our crew that is here on site that's helping run this, we've got our teams throughout the United States and in the UK running this stream, and we're so grateful for all of them staying up around the clock for this coverage. And this is just the start. We're looking at hopefully doing some behind the scenes videos while we're here, some interviews, and a lot more, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Members, there'll be some behind the scenes member videos coming out following the launch as well. But right off the bat, we figured start the 24/7 stream by answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those to the best of our ability. Dakota and I are going to jump on here at least once a day throughout the countdown to launch coverage, answering your guys' comments and questions and bringing updates. We'll be pinging our Discords and socials when we do that. Might be early morning for sunrise, it might be later in the evening, and we might jump on if we get more updates from SpaceX as we hopefully get some heads up on when this thing's actually going to fly.
So everything's pointing to Monday the 17th, but as for what time and what we're going to see.
Yeah, so we're excited. We're going to be here for the launch, so you'll be able to see, of course, our reactions as well, but the incredible view, the view to the side of your screen now that was full screen at the beginning of this. This is our own 4K camera footage that we are bringing to you live, and we will be running that around the clock, and we're glad to have you guys joining us here. We're going to run through all the comments and questions to the best of our ability. There's a lot of unknowns, so bear with us. I want to give a shout out to What About It? Felix in the chat, thank you so much for your super chat before we got started. We can't wait to see you, and hopefully, Felix, you might join us here for an update. So we'll have to make that happen as we count down to this exciting launch of a fully stacked Starship. We all got here in town yesterday, went down roadside. Your first time seeing Starbase at all, but seeing a fully stacked Starship. Before we get into questions, thoughts?
Especially coming from seeing the SLS go up and seeing it roll out, stack, all those things, it's unbelievable. The scale of it is just seeing. We went down to the airport and we got to see one of the fins, the nose fins, and just that scale alone, it blows your mind. And when you see all those engines underneath there, you see the raw power that comes out of it, it's going to be unbelievable.
I hope we're far enough away.
We'll find out real quick.
Yeah, there's water in case we need it. But we're glad to have you here. We're going to try to catch up on some of these questions here. Make sure you're tagging us at the launch pad. Bear with us. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream. It really does help us out. And subscribe if you're new. We normally start off with it, but a little bit different. Here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because I think the most important thing is we believe that space is better together, and that's why we're here, and that's why we believe you're here. So invite others to join us. This is a huge jump forward into the next evolution of human exploration in space, and this is that first integrated flight test, not technically orbital, but we're going to run through everything. I know the first question is everyone's, is there an FAA launch license? Are there TFRs in place, and when is launch? None of that is confirmed. Right now, everything is pointing that they will be targeting not this week, Monday to Friday, but next week, Monday to Friday for launch. We are awaiting updates from SpaceX on that, but this week they confirmed that they are going to be doing a final kind of major test of the vehicle. We're expecting that to be a full wet dress rehearsal, most likely occurring on Tuesday, but we are keeping an eye on those road closures. Of course, it is the Easter long weekend as well, so they're kind of balancing a whole lot of things with that. We do expect, if they are going to be launching next week, that the FAA launch license will at least be hinted or fully dropped sometime this week. And of course, we'll bring those updates to you guys as we get them. And we'll kind of go from there.
Joseph, weather. It's partly cloudy all week, going into the weekend as well. Wednesday's looking pretty clear, so we're going to try and actually scooch out there in the morning for y'all and get as close as we can. Going into the weekend, a little bit stormy on Saturday, but by Monday it's looking pretty cleared up, so hopefully the storms can roll on through the weekend and clear it all up for next week.
I see an interesting one coming in from Patrick. Any data on what the decibels will be for all 33? That I don't. I know SLS, when we were 3 miles away, they were estimating about 100 to 110 at peak for it, possibly a little bit more depending on kind of what's between you. Between us and Starship is water and plains. So there's nothing really to absorb any of that sound. So we'll see if we can get some sort of meter here to be able to get what that number is. I'm sure SpaceX will be monitoring a lot of that as well, as this is they've only ever static fired all 33 engines once, and it was apparently quite a rumble, and this is going to be a full flight. So to give you an idea of behind us, you're looking almost straight south behind us. So the rocket will kind of launch up and in this direction away, and we'll be tracking that from here. We'll of course also patch in SpaceX's feeds, and we will stay live all the way through the tests, so you'll be able to stay with us as we hopefully see Starship re-enter over Hawaii. We have been tracking, of course, the TFRs and everything required for Hawaii. A new one was issued for this weekend, stretching until Monday the 17th, so that's something to keep an eye on. As they go through this final wet dress rehearsal, that's what's going to ultimately give the big decision on when they'll be able to launch.
Young rocket scientists, yes, we will be streaming during the wet dress rehearsal. You get to be with us the entire time. We will watch Super Heavy turn into an icicle.
Yeah, I'm excited. I haven't seen any actual real venting from it.
Yeah.
I've seen the pressure venting, but we're excited to see that freeze there. What we'll be doing for that, the current plan, this 24/7 feed won't end, so this will be staying live, but we will start a dedicated wet dress rehearsal stream. So as long as you subscribe, turn those notification bells on, you will be notified when those special streams go live. If we're doing commentary question periods, we'll work on doing that as well. So make sure you're staying tuned for that, and we'll probably do some members ones as well. If you want to be a member, you can hit that join button. 99 cents a month goes into us being able to upgrade equipment and be able to get out here in the field. As you can imagine, everyone wants to be here, so the local area, it's not cheap to be here, but you couldn't miss this. Couldn't miss this.
Monty Smith, wet dress rehearsals. That is when you fully load up the rocket, you go down the entire launch procedure up until actually launching the rocket. And the idea is to see if the rocket is ready to hold the full pressure of the propellant load and everything that goes along with it without actually igniting it.
Really interesting question for safety coming in from Baz. Will you have to wear ear defenders when this rocket takes off? It's something we're thinking about. We will have earplugs here on site if we need it. Ultimately, I don't believe we'll need it for the actual launch, but if unfortunately there was an anomaly to occur, we do have different plans depending where we are on what our response to be, because that you have seconds to respond for something the scale of Starship. So ultimately, we hope we don't have to do that, but we are prepared should we have to be. Catching up on your guys' questions here. Terry, are you guys currently broadcasting from Port Isabel or SPI? We're in Port Isabel. That's where we're going to be for the next 2 weeks. We're confirmed here through the 21st, so we'll be bringing you that live coverage. We've got a couple different places organized so that you'll have this view uninterrupted that entire time. We're excited to take you along with us.
Prospect 86, there is a chance. We know that Tampa, Boca Raton are also in the possible path of viewing, but Miami is slated to potentially catch it. The thing to keep in mind about this rocket as well is it's not going to have a massive contrail like what you're used to. Because of the methane propellant load or methane-based propellant load, it's going to be a big blue flame, very similar to what we saw on the Terran 1 rocket.
Yeah, the Terran 1 rocket's whole thing is smaller than one of these engines. So this, I don't think we know how big this flame is going to be. So it'll be quite there. Studley Dude, this is so excited. Absolutely is for it. Yes, you get in the ditch when you see that shockwave coming. Even better, we get in the water. Let's see, catching up on your guys' questions. If you're just joining us, though, welcome here to the launch pad. We are live from across from Starbase, doing our first update as we begin our 24/7 countdown to launch coverage of the Starship Orbital flight test. You can keep sending in questions at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live throughout this. I also wanted to point it out, we do have our TLP shop. We'll have some of the merch with us throughout the streams. We'll do some giveaways also over the next couple of weeks, but if you want to get some of your own TLP launch gear or some of our custom Starship gear for the orbital flight test, the launchpad.store, our team will put that in the chat there for you guys, and definitely check that out. Global shipping available from extra small through 5, 6XL. Lots of great options on there. And the last thing with this, it's a YouTube thing. We got to run through all of it. We said subscribe, we said the shop. The other thing, kind of a big deal, we're sending a payload to the moon.
We are.
We're sending our very own payload to the moon, and we want you to come along with us. So if you go to tlpnetwork.com, click on the Lunex button, you can send your name for free, your family's name, your dog name, the teacher you love, or the teacher you hated. You can send all of those on the website. But if you want to upgrade your payload, you can send a photo or a 30-second video on board our payload to the lunar surface. All right there on that website, and submissions are now open. Definitely take a moment, check that out. We're going to be taking some photos here that we'll be sending because, yeah, our mission is inform and inspire, and we want to inspire that everyday people are now sending missions to the moon, and we're excited to partner with Astrobotic on their next lander to make that possible, so thank you to them for making that. We'll be sharing more details about that launch, and of course be bringing launch live coverage on location for that as well.
Arkansas, it is not slated to go orbital during this time. It'll make a circle around the Earth, but it will maintain a suborbital trajectory during the flight.
Let's see. Dan Harrison, who will establish the first Mars colony, NASA or SpaceX? Really interesting question with that, because with the Artemis Accords, it is a united thing. You cannot claim the air, the land, the mineral rights, the air rights, or even the ground rights for mining to any nation or company. SpaceX themselves have not officially signed the Artemis Accords, but the United States has, as well as I believe we're about 18 other countries now, all agreeing that we will go in a unified fashion for exploration, share our science, share our exploration, and then share support when ultimately things don't go to plan. Catching up on your guys' chats here. Stan, what time is it launching? So no T0 yet. The easiest way to know if we have a countdown running is you're going to see clocks running on the top of your screen. If we have a launch window with a TFR that is active, we will have a TFR clock up on your screen the moment that becomes active. If we do go into an estimated countdown, we will then have a secondary countdown on your screen. So you'll be able to keep an eye on both of those. Those will be all on the top of the screen. But until then, we'll be keeping this there. We can bring it up to also give you an idea. When we do get into the actual launch coverage, we will be bringing up also our timeline. So you will be able to see where we are in the current thing. Oh, I'm covering Dakota's head, but we'll just go there. This is what you'll be seeing, even if we're not on screen, where you guys will be able to follow along throughout the launch countdown through the major steps that we are seeing as we continue towards that count. We'll update those with events as they happen. We'll also be doing this through the wet dress rehearsal. But we are back there and catch more of your questions here. We're glad to have you here. Saffron's asking, is there a lot of press arriving, major news outlets? We went out to the pad yesterday. 20 people? Maybe, if that. Mostly not locals. There was mostly people that had traveled in. A lot of people obviously thought it was going to be this week for the launch. That got ultimately delayed about a week, which put it back onto the timeline we had been expecting for kind of months. So lots of people that had plans still just popping in. Kevin flew in yesterday and his plane was pretty empty, even though 2 days before that it was almost sold out. So lots of people doing on-the-fly changes. Still time to be able to come down here if people are interested in actually checking out Starship. It's an awesome opportunity. Even if you can't stay for the launch and you were able to make it, being able to go roadside, stand just hundreds of feet away from this vehicle, you will get to take those selfies that in 5 and 10 years, when these things fly like normal and are a major part of exploration, you can say, I was there first, which is really exciting.
Mitchell Sullivan, this is a very fun question for me because this is something that I preach about a lot. There is a wonderful piece of technology that has been tested on the ISS for a little bit now, and it is a 3D organ printer. This is something so wonderful, and if we can get it to where it's an operation and fully FDA cleared, there won't be a need for the organ donor register anymore. And you could be seeing that in the next 10 to 15 years. You have a horrible diagnosis at the doctor, you need a new organ, you're having organ failure. It's not wait 6 months to a year and hope. It's give a call up to the station, and a week later you've got a new kidney, heart, liver coming down via capsule, being put right in, made from your own cells with no chance of rejection. Multitude of things coming from the ISS along that front.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the biggest ones they're working on right now. I think the other part with like new technologies, I think there's new technologies that Starship is going to inspire. When we are able to start launching things in the size of the vehicle of Starship, it opens up a whole different opportunity for on-orbit manufacturing, which, just like with the organ printing, it's not possible here on Earth because of the gravity. So what other things have we said, oh, we wish we could do that, but we can't do that because of gravity, that we can start doing in space? Space nerd, geek, Trekkie, all of that. This ship lets us start doing orbital manufacturing of ships like Star Trek. So Enterprise one day, maybe? I mean, Starship Enterprise one day, maybe? Hopefully. Not like Shuttle, where it didn't actually ever fly.
At least they used it for sizing at Vandenberg, so it got to do something none of the others did.
Go for a scenic drive? Let's see. Fire alarm. I've seen a couple of people asking what type of steel are they using. It is a special stainless steel that SpaceX has developed. They are in the 3 to 4 millimeter range, I believe, is what we're at now for that. And talking about how we still don't know all the details of Starship, Elon tweeted yesterday, this isn't the finished design. They are looking at stretching Starship, adding an additional 10 plus meters to the ship. It was not clear if this is in the payload, the fuel tanks, or both, but they are also looking at adding 3 more vacuum Raptor engines, so a total of 6 will be underneath the top of Starship, which is going to be amazing to see. But they're still innovating. They're still seeing what's possible with this vehicle, and that's what this big first kind of integrated test is going to be, is 1, does it get off the pad? 2, does it work? What doesn't work? So we can learn. Just like we saw with all the hops, they only can learn stuff once it flies, and that's what we have to see here. That booster has never left the pad. None of them have. So it's going to be very interesting to see it launch with a fully fueled Starship on board. I think an interesting one from Robert, and we put this out to you guys in a poll before we got started. What is the chance that Starship will succeed?
So we got 66% coming in a total success. We've got 19% calling a RUD on re-entry. We've got 7% calling in a second stage RUD and 8% calling in a first stage RUD. I'd like to see total success all the way through, though. We've got a lot riding on this in the Artemis timeline and going forward on this flight test. And the more success we see now, the faster we see boots on Mars.
And if we're gonna be negative, where are you most nervous?
I'm most nervous during max Q, specifically separation right after max Q. When it's coming out of that pressure just before it enters space itself and they're getting ready to ignite that Starship, I'm worried about what they're going to see. Pressure more than anything.
It's a big ship, and the pressures, and we'll see what happens. I think that's where I'm feeling too, and we didn't put that really as an option, which probably should have been. I think that stage separation, MECO, stage sep, second ignition, that is where we see most of these first rockets fail on their first flight. Something goes wrong with the second stage, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But of course, the hope is that it is a total success as well. I see lots of people talking Elon guaranteed excitement. Elon is here. We saw his jet yesterday. It's been confirmed that he is down here. Expected he'll probably be running around with some other stopovers before the actual flight, as he's a very busy person. But Elon is here on site as they prepare for the flight here today. Well, not today, next couple weeks, but as they're preparing now. Arend is asking, will the heat shield survive launch? That's a big question. It seems to fall off every time they move it, but the last couple stackings and destackings, we've seen a lot less tiles needing to be replaced, so hopefully we'll see that hold on. Let's See, catching up on your guys' questions. If you have questions, you can send those in the chat. Take us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live here. We know the chat's going really fast, so we are missing you guys. If you would like to help support what we do, again, you guys can become TLP members. That is where you can get some behind-the-scenes access to some of our videos. We're going to be putting out some tour videos, some how to visit Starbase guides over the couple weeks that we're here, and in the weeks following being here. We got 2 weeks, very busy plans for bringing you footage here, and we're excited to get that out to you. If there's specific stuff that you guys would like to see, you can also send in those recommendations either through email or social media, and we'll keep an eye out for some of those suggestions as well. Let's see here. Dan, I have another question. Can an orbit be at any speed and at any distance, or is it dependent on the distance of the object from its partner object? That is a very complex question, and I do not have models to answer it. But basically, your orbit is going to be based around whatever your gravitational body is. So for us, orbit is around Earth, but if you were to go further away, you would enter a solar orbit or a lunar orbit, or you can go into some of the kind of almost anomaly areas like L2, where you're bouncing and balance between a few different orbits, or effects of orbits. Orbit just means you're in a circle and you are spinning around a gravitational point, basically. Let's see. Raymond, does all the engines have to light to get off the ground? So we don't believe they need all 33 to actually lift off. They've said they need 31, I believe it is, to be 30 to be successful. During the 33 engine static fire, they chose not to ignite one prior to it, and then one did fail during the test, and they said if they had lost one more, they would not have been able to achieve their targeted almost orbit. So they need 30 to fly, but it does bring into a big question of things we don't know, which is there are points, like we saw with Saturn V and other vehicles, they can lose engines at different stages in flight and are still able to have a successful mission. We just don't have those for Starship yet.
Golden, we're not seeing anything that's hinting at them having a static fire test prior to. This is going to be a wet dress rehearsal, detank, and get ready for the launch. So as far as we're seeing.
Interesting one from Tin Man. Do you think SpaceX will land both S-24 and B-7 vertically, even though they will be landing in the water? I think they're going to run it just like a test, exactly how they're wanting to do it. Starship, they're going to want to see if it can belly flop and then pivot back to a standing. They've only ever successfully done that 1.5 times. The 0.5 is when it landed and then 8 minutes later blew up. But they've only ever done that those few times. They still are very early in the stages of proving the belly flop and flip maneuver to be able to propulsively land. So being able to prove that over the water is definitely an option that they're going to be looking at. There's a lot of cameras on board, and that's one of the things that, you know, even for us bringing you these broadcasts, we don't know what to expect during flight. We do not get briefed on that by SpaceX, so we're going to be just as excited to see what cameras we see on board throughout the entire flight and re-entry, hopefully, as we go through this, because they're looking for everything they can. There's a lot of stuff that they can't share publicly because, you know, we really are in a new race to space, and Starship is a major part of that. So we'll have to wait and see. I think, yes, we'll see them both. I don't think it makes sense to have booster belly flopping. It's not ever going to do that, and they're going to want to show that they can control it, because hopefully one of the next times they will actually try to land and catch, well, not even land, catch the booster. The booster won't land. It'll be caught. Let's see here, catching up on your guys' chats.
Tim, they are not planning to send Starlink from this Starship specifically. Future missions, other orbital flight tests, we don't know. But this mission specifically is not deploying Starlinks.
Starlink will definitely be one of the first things we see deployed with Starship. Starlink has to have Starship to work. It can't be successful with Falcon 9, with the number of satellites that need deployed. It does need to be for Starship. It's also the size of them. They don't fit on a Falcon 9. They just fit into a Starship like a Pez dispenser. So there is the integration facility here. There are Starlink V2s here. There are other Starships with doors on them for them. This ship does have that, but it has been welded shut for the test. So we'll I expect we'll see Starlinks deployed sometime this year, probably the next 6 months or so. Keep in mind, they're only legally allowed to launch by the FAA 5 full stack missions per year. So this is something they're not going to do until they're ready, like we saw with the hops, where they just hopped as quickly as they could. They need to make sure they've learned as much as they could, put as much of what they've learned into a new ship, and then test that. Satellite Pez dispenser, exactly. I feel like that needs to be coming soon on the shop.
Absolutely.
The Young Rocket Scientists, are you guys fans of the Kerbal Space Program? We are, and we will have a guest at some point on one of the shows, so stay tuned for that. MFG, in theory, could lightning destroy the rocket after launch? Absolutely. That's something we see with any vehicle. That is one of the reasons why lightning is a launch criteria object item. If there's any risk, it's very common that rockets can create their own lightning if they're flying through the right type of atmosphere. So they do keep an eye on that. We had a thunderstorm and some rain run through over the last 24 hours here, but they do have that lightning tower on top of the orbital launch tower to help protect Starship. But I mean, as you can see, there is nothing around it. So if they, it's a big lightning rod. So we'll, if it wants to do something, it's going to do it. I'm going to adjust this so you can actually see the rocket. There we go. There we go. Oh, you can see the rocket again. Not a very colorful sunset tonight for you guys, but it is there nonetheless. Dan is asking, how long do you think until the second launch? Ooh, thoughts?
If this is successful, I could see another launch mid-July, but that is going to depend on this being successful for both Super Heavy and Starship.
Yeah, I'd say that's a couple months for sure. There's obviously a lot of ships and boosters in development. Both the bays have quite a bit of activity, and there's also them sitting in the rocket garden, so we'll see. But it's also one of the things, this is an automated welding that they're doing. So they're making all these ships just to help prove their welding techniques, make them cleaner for future, so mass iteration.
Fire Alarm Man, yes, Apollo 12 did get hit by lightning, not once, but twice, not during its ascent. That's where the famous SEC to aux came from, when they changed over their power to auxiliary to keep on going up.
Saffron, there's scaffolding on the tower anyway, so we've been watching a lot of the scaffolding being removed. The scaffolding from the OLM has been removed, and they are cleaning up the tower and the facility. This is the cleanest I've ever seen, just Starbase in general. I was back here just over a year ago for the Starship update when we were actually on the landing pad, and they cleaned it up quite a bit. But seeing it now, it looks finished, and there's a boat. Hello, boat. Catching up here. Rob's asking, is this going to stay live until then? Yes, so this will be our 24/7 feed. So this will be staying live through the nights, and then we will come on at least once a day, do a Q&A session. We'll be tweeting when those will be happening, or if Elon tweets something, we might jump on as well, as those tend to be at like 3 a.m. updates. But we will be staying live here for the 24/7 countdown to launch coverage, and then there'll be other coverage we'll bring as well. And then we'll have, of course, our launch day coverage.
Mitch O'Sullivan, there will always be a need for smaller rockets because there's always going to be smaller payloads, especially microsatellites. So just think like in logistics. You need really large aircraft, you need really big semi-trucks, but you also need forklifts and little go-karts. So either way, there's always going to be a need for large and small carriers for payloads.
Michael asking, did you meet up with Everyday Astronaut or Angry Astronaut yet? I haven't seen them here yet. I've met Tim a couple of times before. Last time I was here, we hung out for a little bit as we waited traffic to die down after the Starship update. So yeah, we hope to cross paths with some of them. We know all of them have their teams busy getting ready for this exciting first flight. So it's a kind of a weird time of we're all sitting waiting, but we're also trying to get ready and make sure that we can bring you guys the best possible coverage, as just they are as well. We'll all do it slightly differently, and it'll be exciting to see what everyone can do. But we hope after the flight, there's some opportunities for the community to celebrate what this is, because this is a huge milestone. Elon tweeted it in response to some other stuff on Twitter today that just over coming up on 9 years ago, was when they did the groundbreaking at Starbase for the first time. This was supposed to start as a Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy launch facility. That is what they bought it for, and then it was transitioned for BFR and what we now know as Starship. So it's been a long journey to get to this point to actually see it's going to be a suborbital flight, but something like this out of Texas and out of the region. Thank you so much, Amnita, for donating those memberships. Really appreciate it. I forgot to mention it. We did see that from Helen prior to the start. Thank you for donating those as well. We really do appreciate that. Dave is saying, could you tell us about the ignition system for these engines? One of those things, we don't have a ton of information on them as they are SpaceX's engine systems. I do know Elon did go through it a little bit on one of his tours with Tim. Talked a little bit about the ignition, but there are parts of that are still regulated, I believe, under ITAR as well. Good old ITAR. Catching up here. If you're just joining us, though, welcome here. You're joining us right here on the launch pad as we kick off our countdown to launch coverage for Starship. You're looking at a live view on the right side of your screen of the orbital launch facility where Starship 24 and Booster 7 is fully stacked, awaiting its final wet dress rehearsal ahead of launch, hopefully next week. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth right here on TLP. Also, make sure to join our TLP Discord. That's where our community hangs out. I know we've got a bunch of people hanging out on there within our team, and other people as well doing watch parties and just hanging out as a community, because space is better together, and we'd love to see you on there. We'll be jumping into Discord for kind of some behind-the-scenes chats throughout the weeks that we're down here, so follow along with that as well. Catching up. Gas says hello from Australia using Starlink. That's awesome.
So Dan, the lightning strikes with the rocket. There really isn't. There's some ways that you can divert it, but the actual lightning itself is coming from the rocket. The speed, the force coming from the thrust of it just shooting through the air is charging up all of those ions and creating the electricity that actually strikes those rockets.
Saffron, you can see the tower blinking left light by Dakota's ear. Yep, that would be the pad right there. I believe this side that you were looking at is the build facility, build site that you're seeing, one of the bays there, along with more. If I move in this pillar, it wasn't there. So we might move the camera, look over there at some point throughout the night and throughout the weeks. But we wanted to kick off taking a look at that pad as, of course, it begins to settle in for the night here at Starbase and South Padre Island and Port Isabel. Want to put this out into the chat. How many of you are thinking of coming down? Are making the plans to change it? I think we'll put that into a poll here. I'll add that there if you want to grab another question or two, because we want to know who's all coming here. What about it? Hey, Zach, congratulations on the cam. Well done. Enjoying the show. Thanks so much. What about it? Felix, excited to see you guys down here as well. Felix, you've got to come here and do an update with us on the show while we wait. Countdown to coverage. We got to have you here. So we got to make that happen. He'll come. Awesome.
Dan King, yes, Apollo 12's lightning strike was caused by itself both times.
You might hear me typing, and I apologize.
Scott, rocket is looking like it's going to go up on Monday the 17th, but it is still tentative. If y'all have any other questions about Starship, anything to do with aerospace or anything else, keep them coming in the chat.
And there we go. That's in the chat there. Are you traveling to Starbase to watch the launch attempt? We want to see what you guys are thinking. We know it's a big expense to get down here, and that's why we wanted to bring you guys the coverage from here, and we'll be on site trying to bring you that real experience. That's one of the reasons we wanted to do this camera with us on it, is so you can really see what it is like 5.5 miles from the pad. We've been sitting here all day getting set up, but you just catch yourself looking at it. It looks... It's a crazy thing. It's hard to explain what it looks like because it doesn't look real. It looks so futuristic. I had a moment that I love the Contact movie, and it just felt like that scene out of Contact looking at their futuristic ship, and kind of this is ours. And you were saying it's kind of like an early look at what Kennedy was like.
Exactly, yeah. Because before you had a majority of the facilities built during Apollo 4, when they put the first Saturn V out there, it was Pad 39, VAB, and assorted smaller pads. So as we look out on the horizon, you just see this towering rocket, and you see the two high bays, but you see those high bays together. It looks just like I imagine the Cape would have back then.
Absolutely. Aiden's asking, will there be countdown on the clocks? Absolutely. We will have at least 2 different clocks on the screen here. One that'll go above us right here. If there is a clock there, that is a countdown that is currently going towards either a test or another event that has been confirmed by SpaceX. If we put clocks over here on this side of the screen, these are going to be either countdowns or countdowns to an event or countdowns to the end of a possible event for different windows that'll be happening. So we'll be looking at road closures, we're looking at TFRs, and different status events like that as we continue towards that orbital launch attempt.
Arkansas, thank you for the sub, my man. We appreciate it.
Carrie, are you near Jessica Kirsch? We'll be doing an interview. Met Jessica a number of times. Hopefully we'll get to see her out here. I know she's been running around doing her coverage for the launch. Everyone's excited. You can feel the energy. In the city, there's a lot of excitement for it, but also when you're actually down on site, lots of people making the effort to drive down, and it doesn't feel like you should be allowed to stand as close to Starship as you can. But it's really amazing. If you do come down, of course, make sure that you do follow the posted signs. Stay on the correct side of the road, depending where you're at. If you're at the build site, stay on the Gulf of Mexico side of the road. If you're at the launch site, stay on the South Padre side of the road until you're down at the beach, and then you can do there. There are markers through the dunes, so you don't pass those. We want to be able to come down here for years to come and be able to get this close to Starship, and the only way we'll be allowed to do that is if we actually all follow those rules. Also, don't make the beach dirty. It's a beautiful beach. Take your garbage with you. There are new garbage bins that have been put out there. This is part of some of those things SpaceX had to do to get their launch license, was new signage, garbage cans, to make sure that this kind of tourist attraction that's shown up isn't actually impacting the wildlife reserve, which we've had dolphins in our backyard today. We've had pelicans just hanging out on the deck. Grackles are everywhere. And the good old Texan mosquito. Let's see here. Holly, thanks for the update, guys. I'm actually down here now. Awesome, Holly. Hopefully we will see you in the area. We're going to be down on site a number of times to try to get updates of where we're going to be. And taking a look at that poll, about 300 votes in, about 10% of you saying yes, so that's about 30 of you roughly going to try to make it down. Another 30 of you thinking of making it down. So keep an eye out as plans kind of finalize and we have a better idea what launch is going to look like. We're going to see if we can do some sort of TLP meetup for those that are down here. So make sure you stay tuned for that. For those that are in Florida, we're going to try to do some of those in the next couple of months as well. But not too sure where we're going to do that yet. So stay tuned on our social medias and the community page here on YouTube for those details. Emmanuel is asking, will it fly through Florida? No, it'll go to the south of it. And we're going to have some maps and stuff that we'll bring up on future streams that'll show you the trajectory it's going to be flying and everything like that. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll tweet those out for you guys as well.
Mr. Greentree, great to have you tonight.
And Dane puts a great point. Most of the voters probably not from North America, and it is expensive. We tried to get some of our UK team out here for this, and it is incredibly expensive, especially last minute. If you can plan a trip to Starbase on your schedule, and you're not super fixed on what you're going to see, but you just want to get out here and see it, definitely great opportunities to be able to book a month, 2 months out. Lots of amazing hotels and Airbnbs as well that you can book out. If you come on weekdays, it's generally cheaper. South Padre is a tourist destination with surfing and other activities, so weekends generally are more expensive as well, and we'll put more of that out in our visiting Starbase guide that will be coming out in the coming weeks. So you can see the darkness descending on Starbase, and the birds eat pelican. Not sure. Might be just the fish flying again. Scott, is this the rocket that can hold 2,000 satellites? So not 2,000. They had originally predicted, I believe it was 200 Starlinks they wanted to try to fit into it. That was a couple of years ago we had that number. They were originally fitting 60 Starlink V1s into Falcon 9, so their hope was 200, 250 in Starship. But Elon just said they're going to still change the height of Starship. So we don't know if that's changing their payload capacity, which will obviously be able to affect the PEZ dispenser for the Starlinks. But basically the way the Starlinks will be loaded, it's 2 pillars. So it's just however tall they can make those kind of chambers.
Mustafa, Artemis 3 will use both the HLS version of Starship, so the Lunar Lander variant, and it will use SLS. So SLS carry Orion with the crew on it. Orion TLIs out to the moon, meet up with the HLS either in lunar orbit or Earth orbit. I don't know if it's necessarily been solidified yet. And either way, both of them will be used. So that's why this launch of the Starship here really is going to dictate how the Artemis timeline is going to move along. So we got really big hopes for it.
Dan and Sam's asking, what was the first rocket launch you saw? Are you more excited now for this one or not? You've seen a lot, so I'm going to say mine because I wish mine were some of yours. My first launch, I was lucky enough that it was Inspiration 4. Jared Isaacman was incredible, invited me to come out and join some of the Prosperity Seat contestants as a guest at him. So I got to hang out with them, and then we attended the launch at the Apollo Saturn V Center, just 3 miles from the pad. So my first launch was a Falcon 9 with a Crew Dragon with a crew on board. And it wasn't just any crew, it was the first all-civilian mission crew, which was truly incredible. Amazing to watch someone that I've talked to launch into space, and we're hopefully going to have another conversation with Jared here in the coming months as he gets ready for his Polaris mission. We're, of course, following that quite closely. So that was my first. I think Starship will... It's not beating it. They're different levels. This is a test flight. I don't expect it to go perfectly, so Inspiration 4 is that next evolution in our exploration. That's what it started opening the door for everyday people. This, I think I'm almost more excited about than SLS's launch because of what Starship will mean long run. This is what's taking us to Mars, taking us further. I want to see telescopes built into these things. Like, imagine a Hubble built into this and then shot out. The photos we would get would be incredible. So I think Starship opens a lot more opportunities than some of the other rockets right now, long run, but just as exciting though.
Absolutely. My first rocket launch, I consciously remember at least, was the return to flight in 2005. So we were down on the beach in Cocoa Beach, but I think honestly my launch, my most special launch would be the SLS. Because being a historian by trade, it was the closest that we will get to Apollo 17, a rocket of that size at night lighting up the Florida sky. And it just, if you weren't there, you don't understand. Night turned to day.
Yep.
In an unbelievable fashion.
What about when Starship launches from there though?
We'll see. We'll see how bright it is.
That's fair. I'm more excited. Starship, SLS, Shuttle, which was your biggest?
Shuttle will always be mine. There's nothing cooler than seeing a space plane flying upside down. It will never not be the coolest looking space vehicle there ever was.
Yeah. It looks so wrong, but so right at the same time.
Roger roll.
Moist, it'll be interesting to watch this considering it's never been launched before. I give it a 6 out of 10 for staying together. Absolutely. I think this is one of those big ones that we just don't know what's going to happen. And we kind of all get to sit here and watch. And we're just in as much unknown as you guys are. So we're glad to have you here.
Lucas, Starship Heavy in general, as its current configuration sits, is the most powerful rocket, just from overall thrust to weight ratio. So if you compare it to any of the other ones, even the ones in development, like say the Long March 9, it still comes out with a higher thrust to weight ratio and a higher payload delivery.
Absolutely. Which is larger, Falcon Heavy or Starship? Definitely Starship. I'm trying to remember the actual size. I believe Falcon Heavy stacked is just slightly taller than the booster itself, was what it was in the comparison of scale. The biggest thing isn't just the height, though, it's the diameter that you're looking at. This Starship is very large in its diameter, and that's what gives it the ability to have so much more payload compared to Falcon Heavy, which is really restricted by its fairing and is only about a couple percent of its weight that actually is able to carry to orbit, and it's not fully reusable. Dawn, are S24 and S25 the same series, or are there any major differences between them? They were produced pretty quickly together, so they probably have differences that we don't know. A lot of this mass iteration and development is to learn their welding techniques, their development techniques, how they sleeve things, and really smoothing that down, because they want to be cranking out ships, every week. They need ships. They're expecting multiple ships to be able to fly with a singular booster, so we'll always see way more ships than we see boosters, but eventually we're going to have a Starship booster ship parking lot.
Yep.
Which is going to be really awesome to just see ships moving around, getting ready to go, and whether that's here in Florida, and then eventually having these globally as they do Earth to Earth down the road, but also hopefully launching Starships from other countries as well.
I see convoys of them going down the crawlerway at KSC.
Oh, it'd be so good. We might see that sooner than we think. We'll have to wait and see. Charbox, do you have the FAA phone number? Call them and make sure they authorize the launch. I wish I had that power. We're trusting the FAA, and I think that's one of the biggest things here. Obviously, we are all waiting on the FAA. SpaceX and Elon have said Starship is ready. But the FAA needs to get this right. This is a test. They need to make sure that SpaceX has done everything they need to do. So, though all of us want to say hurry up and launch it, if the FAA doesn't do that correctly, it just sets a practice that for the future, when everyone starts building rockets and stuff and we start exploring, things are going to get messy, and we don't want to do that. We want them to be done right, done safely, and there's things, especially being this close to this level of an event that could ultimately, there is a chance, have an explosion. You want to make sure everyone here is ready as well. Port Isabel, South Padre Island are just 5 miles straight line of sight of the pad. This is you're in a safe zone, you're outside the exclusion zone, but not by much. So if you do come down here, stay tuned. We'll be putting out some kind of best tips on what happens. But if you are coming down, be aware, when you are roadside, Starship is always pressurized, especially now that it's stacked. This is not just a rocket sitting there. It doesn't have propellant, but it is pressurized. It does vent. There's always risks of stuff that can happen. And when it is fueling up for propellant, if you're here and you're watching on the beach or the roadways, just be very diligent with watching what's happening. As if something happens, it's a very short amount of time until, if there was a blast wave, that it would hit you here. And safety is your number one priority. Seeing a really cool rocket's number 2.
Absolutely. Fire Alarm Man, what's bigger, SLS or Saturn V? So it actually kind of goes in a tiered system. SLS Block 1 is shorter than the Saturn V, but the SLS Block 2 is still bigger than the Saturn V by a couple feet. Block 2 cargo, however, I think it's 30 feet of clearance on the top of the Saturn V.
Absolutely. Nacho, I live 50 miles away from Starbase. How will I see the launch from my house? Will it be as bright as SLS? Because of the difference of the engines, it will be slightly different from that. Not having the contrail is going to be a big thing from it as well. Obviously, depending on the clouds and stuff, is going to be a huge thing. When we landed in Houston, both of us didn't see the ground until we basically hit the ground. So obviously that's something they're watching for this flight. And depending where you are in Texas, they're based on its trajectory and the number of engines, there is a chance anywhere along the Gulf of Mexico, if you have the right weather conditions, not only where you are, but everywhere between you and where the rocket is, that you could see this as a dot flying through the sky. Especially if it's an early morning launch, that would help. They are going to fly when there is at least some daylight, because it's a test flight, and it'll be heading into the southeastern trajectory away from the United States. But if you're in Florida, absolutely, if in the south of Florida, you'll see it. If you happen to be on a cruise, by the British Virgin Islands. It's going to go right over top of you. But we'll say it, of course, throughout the weeks. But if you guys take photos or videos coming down to Starbase ahead of launch, but if you see it flying as well, make sure you're tagging us on social media. We want to see what your guys' experience is coming down for this really historic event. Brandon asking where we'll be able to see it from. We're going to put out a rough visibility guide in the coming weeks as we learn more of its trajectory and do some of the math on what's the visibility. But the biggest thing with that is it obviously is always affected by the weather. That's going to be the absolute thing there. Catching up on your guys' chat here. Big Trent's asking, when will it launch? So we don't have a date just yet. I know that's what we all want. Once we have a date and a time, there's going to be more stuff on screen as we get towards those launch windows. But right now, wet dress rehearsal sometime this week. I saw a couple people asking earlier, what's a wet dress? It means no fire. Everything but no fire. We hope. And that's the plan. And then after that, we most likely will see a quick destack and then a restack, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. There's a hit and miss on whether all the FTS is actually on and armed and all that jazz. So we'll see if they do a quick destack and restack. They could probably do that in a day, and then they need to fill up the orbital tank farm again, top it off, and then they'll be ready for flight. Again, though, we want to thank our entire team that is helping out in the chat on our Discord. You guys are what are making this possible. Team that are coming down here on site. I know some of our other rocket chasers arrived on site. If you guys want to be part of the TLP crew, our applications are open on the website. You can send those in to become moderators. We also are looking for more people to join our TLP news crew and our research team as we work to build a database that you could not picture how big this database is. We are making the complete human history of space exploration database for you guys because we want you to be able to have factual information always available. So if you'd like to help us in that mission of making that space exploration history available and accessible for all, you can apply to be a researcher and join our team for it. We did want to give a shout out to one of our team, Darmok. We know you're going through a lot right now. We love you. We miss you. We hope that you will get well soon and you're going to kick this thing in its butt, and we can't wait to have you back. But from Starbase, from the whole team around the world, we're sending all of our love and our prayers to you, and we look forward to talking to you soon.
Grace, thank you for joining us. Good night.
Catching up. Dan said Hawaii will be a splash site. It's going to fly over Hawaii. It's going to crash, crash, land, splash, multiple things. About 200 kilometers northeast of Hawaii. There is a landing site there. The young rocket scientist, what is the applying age to any position for it? A lot of positions in the rocket chase area or for on-location stuff generally is 18 due to ITAR and stuff in the United States. If you are international, there are some different things happening with that we're looking into. So if you're still interested, definitely apply. And we always take a look at the age and location depending what there is. Some of our teams, we are able to work with some that are kind of 16 and up with parental permissions. But generally, best rule of thumb is 18 above, especially if it's something that has to do with on-site, just because when you get close to these type of things, safety is a priority and you need to be an adult in that, and also just for the travel as well.
Torrential, it's still tentative for Monday, April 17th.
I hope not May. I mean, I wouldn't mind being here looking at Starship for a month, but my wallet might hurt.
I don't want to miss the Delta launches.
That's true. Delta IV Heavy, Falcon Heavy, Vulcan. There's a lot happening in Florida, which our members know. You're from Florida, so you're going to be our on-site correspondent. Everything KSC, Cape Canaveral.
Absolutely.
Dakota's going to be our guy. So there's going to be streams. And brace yourself, I know, that I might not be here. And it'll be all Dakota. No pressure.
It'll be all good.
We trust you.
But I'll be bringing you guys live from the press site, so you're going to get as close as I can legally get you at Kennedy Space Center. And I'll be just as Zach always is. We're always happy to answer your questions because space is better together. And only through uniting ourselves are we going to be able to explore the stars.
Absolutely. I'll be heading over to Florida for a month or two at least, getting everything set up, getting this mobile studio into Florida, and bringing you guys that coverage, getting Starlink all up and running to bring you pad views, so we'll be able to go live. But prior to fueling of Falcon 9s, being able to do question periods with you guys on those, and we're excited to do that. And that's only thanks to your guys' support that this is possible. And that's why there'll be more meetups, because I'm going to Florida. Catching up on your chats here. Arkansas is asking, will the first stage be caught or land in the water? So there's hit and miss details on this right now. It hasn't been confirmed either. There was stuff that was filed originally that showed with the FCC that it would do a boost back burn and be landed into the ocean about 20 miles off the coast, which there's a high chance we will still see that from here if the weather's good. There were talks that they wanted to try to do a catch. Everyone, from what we've heard from some of the people working at SpaceX, they don't see any reason why it shouldn't be able to land or be caught. Nothing that they are seeing. But ultimately, no matter what they decide, even if they decide they want to try to do a catch attempt, there will be a go, no go on whether they risk Starbase. That is the biggest thing with this. They might think the tower's ready, the chopsticks are ready, the booster's ready, but if there's one thing out of line, they will send this to the ocean and save Starbase, because ultimately you can build another one and launch again. Starbase, if we have any sort of anomaly at any point during this, you are not talking a week or two delay. You are talking months, if not a year, to rebuild, especially with those chopsticks. There's so much integration to that tower that these aren't quick fixes.
And the folks that have built their lives there as well. I mean,
yeah,
whole crews that live down there.
Absolutely. David's asking, will there be a deluge system? So they do have kind of, some people have called it FireX. They brought over that water deluge system from Florida, and it's going to be installed. It's almost going to be like fountains, it looks like, as an idea, that it's going to shoot up and down. It does not look like it will be installed for this flight test, though. We saw some of the pieces over at the build site yesterday, so if they're launching next week, I don't see this being done. They do have some version of a water system on it, but I think they're at this point where they just want to get this one off the ground, because then they know they're going to have a few months to be able to work on future stuff. And they're still figuring out if they can use that concrete. They repave it every couple weeks, so they're still learning a lot of that there. Again, if you're first time here, welcome. My name is Zach. This is Dakota. Here at the Launchpad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe the space is better together, and we're glad you're here. Make sure you subscribe. Stay with us. Dan's got an interesting question. Are you more nervous about the first launch or the first catch?
First catch, by far. I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to ignite those boosters. I have faith they're going to be able to reignite them. I don't know where we're going to meet when it comes to gimbling that little thing over to the chopsticks. That's where I think we're going to see some issues, but we'll see. All about keeping the faith.
Do you think it's going to snap it out of the air like a fly?
I think we're going to see it tippy-toe. It's going to wiggle back and forth, and we're going to see something very similar to the first drone attempts, where it gets real close, but just too far left or right.
So do you think we're going to see some failures of catches?
I think we might.
More than one? I think just one fail and then we got it?
It has to be.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion, it has to be.
We'll wait and see what happens. Yeah, I think I'm nervous for launch, because I'm nervous for both, and I think the catch is harder. Just like landing, it's never been done before. We're talking about catching a booster out of the sky while it's coming down controllably. It's crazy. I think the launch I'm more nervous for, because we know the theory of rocket launches. We know volumes and things like that, but we've never launched something this big with this many. World's most powerful rocket, world's tallest rocket, world's rocket with the most engines, world's rocket with the most thrust. This is more than double the thrust of SLS. This is a lot of world firsts in one, and that is, we can do, ×2 in what we know, but until we actually fly something like this, we won't know. And we've never had more than, a few second 33 engine static fire. So being 5.5 miles away, we're going to learn a lot. And if we start yelling at you after the stream, it might be because we just can't hear.
And if we can get you all inspired by nothing else, in your lifetime, you will see that rocket put the first humans on Mars. And just like all of our grandparents and great-grandparents, we too will get to watch the first human boots on another planet. And it's coming a lot sooner than you think.
End of decade, or do you think longer?
2034 to 2037 is my bet.
Ooh, very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Is that because of a specific launch window or something?
I'm hedging my bets on Nerva.
Ooh.
I really think that the first exploration mission is going to be Nerva-based because of transit time.
Interesting. Arkansas, do you know why they did not use landing legs instead of a catch? Weight. The landing legs are just extra weight that they don't need to carry. It restricts them from putting more payload on the ship, even though that's on the booster. So by removing the landing legs and removing some of the other fins and stuff that were on the booster, they were able to have more power, more thrust, better thrust to weight ratio, and ultimately go from there. Carrie's asking, I'll be watching a lot of the stream for now until launch, but will you be sending out notifications when they start propellant loading or to start countdown? I don't want to miss this. Absolutely. So wet dress rehearsal, any other testing if something comes up, and our launch are all going to be separate streams. This is going to be our 24/7 feed, so this won't go down. Even through launch, this will stay up. But we will have dedicated streams. It will look similar to this. It'll be probably identical in some cases when we come on and do commentary updates for it, and you'll be able to watch kind of on either. But we will do notifications for that. Also, if you are on our Discord, TLP Discord, watching the space updates and TLP announcements and things like that, that's where we'll put a heads up on upcoming streams before they happen, and we always send out live alerts. If you're in our Discord, make sure you go into select notifications. That'll tell you where you can actually select roles to be notified for different types of alerts that we send out, whether it's videos or news and things like that, because there is a lot happening. We're not just YouTube anymore. TLPnetwork.com, we've got a whole news site. The databases are coming online, and app V2 is coming soon. And yes, there is an Android version, I promise.
Thank you, some old dude, for the general support. We appreciate the sub.
Let's see. Let's see here. We're working to try to... Grandmaster, we're working on trying to get the flying saucer tech to have Mars transit times in a couple days or less 1G acceleration takes. That would be fast. We're about 6 to 9 months right now, depending on the window. So getting it down to a day, that's gonna take some work.
Young Ryan, rocket scientist. So the fins, best way to think about it is like a kite, especially when it comes to starships. So as that rocket's coming back down and it's re-entering the atmosphere, all the wind and forces that are rushing by that rocket are going to be directly affected by those fins. Turn to the left, turn to the right. No different than the elevators on an aircraft would be, or even the dorsal fin, the tail fin.
Some old dude, thanks so much for that super chat. Really do appreciate it. That goes all into getting us being able to upgrade our equipment, bringing you guys along the way to bring a better version. We'll be doing a behind-the-scenes video for our members that'll show you a little bit of what it looked like being here on the set. We'll probably drop some pictures in the Discord for you guys as well. So if you're interested in being a member, hit that join button. Some old dude gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you do receive a gifted membership, or if you are a TLP member here on YouTube, make sure you join Discord, but then go into your settings and you need to integrate your YouTube to your Discord. They'll auto link and that'll auto get you your membership roles so you can get into the behind the scenes chats, which we'll be doing different things starting here probably tomorrow even.
Absolutely.
Catching up here. I think that might bring us to the wrap-up of Update 1 of many. This feed won't be ending. This is our 24/7 feed. Make sure you subscribe, though, so you get notified when our other streams go live. This isn't the only rocket in the world. There are other rockets launching. If you want to know when they're launching, head over to tlpnetwork.com, click on launches. That's where our rocket launch calendar is, and we will, of course, be live streaming most of those right here on the launch pad as well while we're down here and with our team from around the world. So we hope you'll join us for that over the coming weeks as we continue to count down to this historic flight. As we wrap up day 1, first stream.
Loved it. It's a dream come true for me. I've been a TLP fan for a long time, so getting to finally use everything I've been working on in my life the last few years to help unite our planet, make it a little bit better through space flight is an absolute dream.
That's so awesome. And you couldn't have picked did you not want to pick a smaller rocket to get started on?
go big, go home.
There we go. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat. Our amazing mod team will be keeping a rough eye on chat, trying to answer your questions. So will we throughout the night as well. But keep in mind, 24/7 streams. We do need to sleep, so we can take you on site as well. So bear with us for those questions. You can also send them over on Discord. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit that button. Definitely check out the shop as well. That's where our TLP launch gear and our Starship gear is as well. We've got the Earth T on. I think that was in shot. Try it one more time. There we go. The Earth T. There we go. This is not ours, but I'll wear stuff tomorrow. But we are so grateful to have you guys here. Thank you for making it possible that we could jump on a plane from Florida, from Canada, and from California. We got Kevin here to make sure we can bring this coverage to you. We're only here because of your guys' support, and we appreciate it. But this is going to wrap up Update 1 from live right here at Starbase, Texas, as we count down to the first historic flight of Starship. This is a 24/7 stream, so we're going to leave, but the feed's not going anywhere. Stay with us. Enjoy the chat. We'll see you on Discord, and we'll see you at some point tomorrow for another update here from Starbase. But from now, from TLP Starbase headquarters, we'll see you next time.
See y'all.
Bye.